Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Sir? Showing up on mine.
Good morning.
Good morning. Kelly, please. Long time no see.
Been a long time. How are you been?
I thought she was ducking me or something. You owe me money or something?
Well, you know, I've been hiding over at the prosecutor's office and not going to court too often, but here I am.
Okay, somebody's in trouble.
Yeah. How have you been?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
All good. How's your family? All good?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And yours?
All good.
Good. I guess we're about ready to get started. Good morning, Mr. Kenny. Unmute yourself, Mr. Kenny. You're here on Gill? Good morning. You're here on Gill?
Yes, sir. Buddy Gill.
All right. We're ready on Gill.
Calling case number 2305-566501. People of the state of Michigan versus Buddy Gill. Defendant is charged in count 1 with assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Robert Kenny, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gill. 35842, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gill, tell us your name for the record. Thought I brought Mr. Gill out the waiting room.
Buddy Gill.
There he is. Okay. What's your pleasure, Mr. Kenny?
If there's any video, I'd like to have them if it's possible. And we want a preliminary examination date, Judge.
Excuse me. How was June 23rd? Thank you. How was June 23rd at 9:45?
I got evidentiary hearings that morning, Judge, but what about the 22nd?
That's my homicide day.
$21st?
I'm not here next week. How about the 26th?
Okay, 26.
26th at, let's do 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, September 26th at 9 o'clock, file will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, June 26th, not September 26th.
Yeah, I put June. That's all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Andrew Sullivan going twice. Moving on, Ms. Woodside, good morning.
Morning.
What can I do for you?
I'm here with Ms. Galicia and Mr. Miller.
Okay. Yes, ready.
Calling case number 2305-715501, people of the state of Michigan versus Jameer Miller. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, person premeditated. Count 2, homicide, felony murder. Count 3, carjacking. Count 4, robbery armed. Count 5, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 6, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Count 7, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Count 8, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. 9, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Count 10, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Gleason appearing on behalf of the people. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Elizabeth Dornick.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Sharon Clark Woodside appearing on behalf of Mr. Miller. Your Honor, Mr. Miller is in custody at the Wayne County Jail. I don't know if they're on.
Wayne County Jail. What's your name, sir?
Lane.
Can you get the deputy for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Hey, good morning, sir. Do you have a Jameer Miller for me?
Jameer Miller. Yes, sir. He should be zooming in from Division 2.
Okay.
In the interim, Judge, I don't have discovery. It's my understanding from the prosecutor of record and Ms. Gleason that the discovery is fairly massive. In fact, I have an external hard drive I have to take today, so it could be put on the 256 gigabyte flash drive wouldn't work. So I don't have anything other than the information.
Are you waiving your client's presence or you want to wait on him?
I can waive his presence, Judge. I'm gonna just need an exam date that's kind of a little bit out because I have nothing yet.
All right, the court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is July 6th at 11:30?
That date works for the people, Your Honor.
I'll make it work.
Okay, July 6th at 11:30. File will be continued.
Judge, in an event I need a different date, I can come back, can't I? Because I don't know what I'm looking at yet
What do you mean?
in terms of discovery. Ms. Gleason, Ms. Gleason informs me that the discovery is pretty massive. So I need time to review it.
That's true, Your Honor. Ms. Woodside and I talked yesterday, and there is a prosecutor that had some type of, I don't know if it was a thumb drive that Ms. Woodside provided, and the volume of the discovery ended up being something that's larger. I think it was 2 terabytes that Ms. Woodside was going to provide a hard drive to allow us to upload all that. So it may take some time to review that.
Let's go to July 13th then, because when I set these exam dates, I like them to be firm dates.
That day won't work because of my other obligations. That's not gonna, that won't work.
July 11th?
That date works for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I can take the 11th.
Okay, let's do July 11th at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodside.
Have a great day. I'll see you guys soon with the terabyte.
Yes.
Ms. Pilkowitz. Ms. Pilkowitz, are you there? Ms. Pilkowitz going once? Ms. Pilkowitz going twice? Moving on, Mr. Dezicki.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm here.
Sir. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Your Honor. For one, if my client showed up, Derek, I'd like to talk to him. I have two bad numbers and I've been unable to get in touch with him. Is he present?
I don't see him.
It's possible we can just go ahead. This is a case that's eventually going to get set for an exam. Can I just get an exam date? And I'll see if I get an investigator about the house.
Okay, we're ready on the Garrett.
Call case number 2305-724701. People of the state of Michigan versus Garrett. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
James Gazicki on behalf of the defendant.
Shelley Drain for the people, Your Honor, P number
Garrett, Garrett.
60249.
Your P number, Mr. Gazicki.
P34393.
What's your pleasure, sir?
I can just set this for an exam a few weeks out. I'm still having difficulty in contacting Mr. Garrett.
Looks like he's on the top.
He's on a tether. He should be rather easy to locate.
Well, I didn't know he was on a tether. I had two phone numbers that are bad, and I missed, he got released prior to our Zoom hearing. I can call the tether unit, but this case would definitely be one that has to go to an exam.
Okay, how's June 23rd at 9:45?
June 23rd sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay, June 23rd at 9:45, bond will be continued.
Okay.
Ms. Marsh, good morning. Ms. Marsh?
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Judge. How are you? I have Roberto Romero.
Okay.
Case number 2305-717601. People of the state of Michigan versus Roberto Romero. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Chapman Marsh for Mr. Romero. My P number is 31887. If he is not present, I would waive his presence at this time, Your Honor.
Maria Cox? Ms. Cox, the Spanish interpreter?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I am really sorry, but I am here, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Maria Cox, State of Michigan, qualified Spanish interpreter.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
Señor Romero,
Okay, he has his camera on, but his audio isn't.
Señor Romero, por favor, póngase otra vez en la cámara y prenda el micrófono.
Ms. Marsh, are you willing to waive your client's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Le preguntó a su abogada, la abogada Marsh, que se presentó en su caso, si ella iba a renunciar a que usted aparezca sobre la pantalla. Ella dijo que sí.
What's your pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask this matter be set for a preliminary exam.
Sí, su honoría, yo voy a pedir que este caso se posponga para lo que se llama un examen preliminar.
Okay, the court will continue the plea of not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination on
Entonces,
23rd at 10:15.
entonces la corte va a posponer este caso y le va a dar una nueva fecha para la próxima audiencia. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I did not catch the date. This is the interpreter.
June 23rd at 10:15.
June 23rd
You're on.
at 10:15.
Yes,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Graham?
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I was in reviewing this case. This is actually not, this is not a domestic violence unit case. I realize it's charged that way, but the only reason it's charged that way is because the complainant and the defendant, they're just roommates. They have no other relationship other than they are roommates. So I'm not sure if this court wants to keep this case or not, because it's not a domestic violence unit case.
Le explicó la abogada fiscal al juez que como ustedes no tienen ninguna parenteja, no son una relación familiar, solamente viven en la misma casa, esto no se considera un caso de violencia doméstica, así que ella no sabe si la abogada quiere continuar como defensora en este caso, la abogada Marsh.
So, Your Honor, since he is charged in the complaint with domestic violence, I think that charge would have to be dismissed for us to go forward. Other than that, it's the court's discretion, I would assume.
Su honoría, como los cargos en contra de mi cliente son de violencia doméstica, no podemos continuar así, o para poder continuar tendrían que quitarse los cargos de violencia doméstica primero.
What do you think about that, Ms. Graham?
¿Qué cree usted de eso, abogada fiscal?
Yes, I think that I would move to dismiss that charge.
Sí, yo creo que voy a pedir que anulen ese cargo puesto de esa manera.
Okay, so we will dismiss the domestic violence count, and we're going to find the appropriate judge for this case. So name is Ms. Marsh, and we'll let you know where you're going to have to go, okay?
Sí, nosotros entonces vamos a quitar los cargos como quitar el nombre de violencia doméstica. Vamos entonces tener que encontrar encontrar el juez adecuado para continuar en el caso con unos cargos diferentes y por favor esperen un momento para darle la fecha.
So do you want me to hang on right now, Judge, or you're going to notify me?
Yes, hang on now.
Okay.
Entonces pidió la abogada si le van a decir ahora o si él le va a mandar un informe después. El abogado dijo que lo va a indicar ahora.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias, honoría.
Okay, Ms. Nelson, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
I am here on Devontae Lane as second chair to Attorney Hannah Barron, who's also on.
Good morning, Judge. And Mr. Lane was on the Wayne County Jail's Zoom just moments ago. If we could have a breakout room with him whenever the court has a chance.
Mr. Garrett, you're all set. And you say that's him in the Wayne County Jail?
No, that's not him, Judge. The last person who was in there was Mr. Lane, Devontae Lane.
Sir, in the Wayne County Jail, can you get the deputy for me, please? Sir, can I have Devontae Lane back?
Yes, sir, we have him.
Okay, I need him real quick. Thank you. We'll put him in a breakout room with his attorneys.
No problem, sir.
Ms. Barron, Ms. Yu, and Ms. Filkowitz.
No, me
Morning,
and Ms.
Judge. I've got
Nelson.
Malik Lofton. I'm going to waive his presence with the court's permission.
Hold on, Ms. Wilkowitz. I called you already. You weren't ready for.
Oh, sorry.
Who are you with? You're Ms. Nelson?
Yep.
Okay. Hang on a second. Let's put you in break up. Okay, go ahead and join.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, I can double back to you, Ms. Wilkowitz. Who do you have?
I've got Lofton, Your Honor.
Okay. Ready, unlocked.
The case with Ms. Marsh is gonna go to Judge Giles.
Judge Giles. Ms. Marsh,
Senor,
go ahead and zoom into Judge Giles' courtroom.
Okay, could I have the Zoom? Oh, I can go on the website and get it.
I think he's 233.
Thanks, Judge. Uh-huh.
and Your Honor, this is the interpreter. Do I need to go with Ms. Giles?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that Zoom number then, Your Honor?
360-233-0000.
Okay, I will join that momentarily. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Judge.
Hang on one second, okay?
Case number 2305-634901, people of state of Michigan versus Malik Lofton. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, 3rd degree, count 2, malicious destruction of the building, less than $200.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz. P81653 on behalf of Malik Lofton. I'd ask the court waive his presence for purposes of this proceeding. I just spoke with him yesterday.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I'd just like to set this for a preliminary exam. I am requesting digital discovery at this time as well.
All right, the court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is June 23rd at looks like I can do 10:15.
Judge, I have a motion hearing scheduled for that time. Would it be possible to do like 11:30? Or 11:15?
11:45.
That sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
June 15th at Sorry, June 23rd at 11:45. File be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, who do you have, sir?
Kenneth Howard on Your Honor's docket.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-727301, people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Howard. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261. Here representing Kenneth Howard. Mr. Howard is not present this morning. I have not been able to get contact with him using the contact information that was provided on the assignment sheet. Judge, I am requesting that the court waive his appearance for purposes of today's proceeding, and I can elaborate more on that request.
Go ahead.
Judge, I have noted that in the investigator's report, the detective spoke with the complaining witness on this case. The complaining witness advised the detective that she does not wish to cooperate, and prosecution does not want to talk further about the incident. Given that, I wonder if we could have an adjourned PCC. Perhaps Ms. Drain could try to reach out to this complaining witness. If it is true that she doesn't want to move forward, maybe there's a resolution here, short of a warrant for Mr. Howard. I can also continue to try to make contact with him in that interim, but just think it might be a way that we can spare some law enforcement resources if this case is not going anywhere.
Your Honor, I'm not objecting to an adjournment at this time to get more information.
All right, the court will adjourn the probable cause conference to June 23rd at 8:30. We continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Barron, Ms. Nelson.
Yes, Judge, we're ready. Once Wayne County Jail is back on screen.
Okay, it takes a minute to come out the waiting. Okay, we're ready to go back on the record on Lane.
Calling case number 2305-716801. People of the state of Michigan versus Devontae Lane. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Counts 2 and 3, assault with intent to murder. Counts 4, 5, and 6, weapons, felony, firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Judge. Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Lane.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson, P77960, also representing Mr. Lane.
Mr. Lane, tell us your name for the record.
Lane.
What's your pleasure, counselors?
Judge, right now we have some discovery. We've received an investigator's report, some police reports, and all of it is redacted. So we're requesting both unredacted police reports pursuant to the discovery rules, Rule 6.201, as well as Michigan case law, People v. Jack, and I can provide a cite for that as well. We're requesting unredacted police reports. We haven't received any reason for why we haven't gotten those unredacted police reports in this case. And we are also, of course, requesting digital discovery. I think a video in this case especially is something that we need to review and receive.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I did indicate to Ms. Barron that we did have a concern with respect to, harassment, any kind of issues we would have with somebody associated with the defendant or the defendant contacting witnesses. I have been in contact with one of the witnesses. There was concern, fear of the defendant. That witness did actually reference a prior incident, a DV involving a firearm that the defendant was charged with, and I hadn't mentioned the defendant's history at all. I would note that it appears he does have a conviction for unarmed robbery in the past. There was a DV charge that involved a firearm that was dismissed. He has a number of firearms related charges over the last few years. Looks like a lot of it was dismissed for whatever reasons, but there is concern over contact with witnesses. So for that reason, we're asking for the protective order.
You have an issue with signing the protective order, Ms. Barron?
Well, Judge, it's just, I hadn't received any of that information yet, Judge. All I received from the prosecution was a protective order, and it shouldn't be on the defense to sign a protective order without receiving any reasoning. The people, of course, need good cause to get a protective order. And this is becoming kind of routine in many of the people's cases where we receive a protective order in order to even receive discovery in our cases. And that we should be receiving discovery at the outset, and the people have to to move to get a protective order. So, Judge,
let me try it again. I'm going to ask you, because I'm not sure if you answered my question. Do you have an issue with signing the protective order?
Judge, on the representations of the people, if there are these specific concerns, we'll sign it for the unredacted discovery.
All right. So, problem solved. Get that signed and get the discovery unredacted to them as soon as possible. I presume we're going to be looking for an exam date. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
How was June 29th?
That's fine for me.
That works for the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Nelson?
As long as it's after 9:30, Your Honor.
June 29th at 10 o'clock?
Oh, Your Honor, could we have it later in the day? I have a sentencing at 9 a.m., possibly in the afternoon.
June 29th at 1:30?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Ms. Barron?
Yep, that works for me, Judge.
Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, June 29th at 1:30, bond will be continued. Thank you.
And Judge, if we could address bond, it hasn't been addressed in this case at all.
Client is charged with first degree murder premeditated.
That's right, Judge. And there is no bond.
That's correct. And based on what the prosecutor has indicated about there being threats and there being numerous weapons offenses and charges and so forth, why would I reduce bond?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, why would I reduce this bond? Tell me.
Well, Judge, first, the threats that the people are referencing, that's something that we don't have any independent information of besides what the people have put on the record today. So I don't even know who is supposedly receiving these threats.
Well, I don't think he would make it up. Are you making that up, Mr. Fedora?
Your Honor, to clarify, I don't believe I said threats. I said one of the witnesses expressed that she has fear of the defendant. So I didn't mean to imply that there were specific threats. There was just that feeling with one of the witnesses.
Talking about the prior record and prior weapons offenses and charges and so forth. You're not making that up, are you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Judge, just to clarify, there haven't been any threats. Is that right?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, so Judge, and again, I also haven't even received information about Mr. Lane's prior record. But I do, and so if I could get
the information before we touch the bond. Maybe we should refer to pretrial services for bond recommendations. We can all take a look at it, okay?
yes, Judge, I'd ask that that happens.
All right. So we'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Ms. Cox.
Yes, Your Honor. I did go to Judge Giles' courtroom, but Ms. Marsh, they heard the case and she said that Mr. Romero did not require an interpreter. And I see that Mr. Romero is still here. So he did, I'm not sure if he went to Judge Giles' courtroom, but I was here originally though for a different defendant, Your Honor. So I just wanted to make sure that you did need me for him.
Yeah, I think I do still need you for Aliba Zayas.
You're right. And I see Mr. Romero here, so I'm not sure whether he joined Judge Giles' courtroom at all.
No, he didn't. He hasn't connected his audio.
Señor Romero, ¿me oye? ¿Me oye, señor Romero? Prenda su micrófono.
All right. We'll come back to Mr. Dupree.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I believe I have Manquil Taylor. Turner, I'm sorry. What did I say? I think I said Taylor. My apologies.
Okay. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-677101. People of the state of Michigan versus Manquil Turner. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Matthew Dupree, P80132, attorney for the defendant, Manquil Turner. Judge, he's not present. I have had contact with him. He's now on a tether after failing to appear previously. I'd ask if the court would waive his presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, just wish to set this matter for an exam.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on June 23rd at 12:15.
Judge, is there any chance it could be the 26th? I'm in a jury trial in 36 districts on the 23rd, but I already have about 6 other matters up as well.
Okay, June 26th at 9:30.
That would be perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, at the Wayne County Jail, what's your name? Unmute yourself, sir. I can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. What's your name?
Manuel Olivo Saya.
Okay.
Excuse me, Judge. You can interpret as well.
Yes,
Okay.
Señor Olivo Sayas, yo soy la intérprete de hoy.
Mire, un momento, dígale al juez que ella no es mi roommate, ella es mi esposa por 11 años. Yo llevo 11 años con ella viviendo juntos. Ella no es mi roommate.
Your Honor, he asked me to tell you that please tell the judge she is not my roommate. She is my wife. We've been together for 11 years. She is not my roommate.
Okay. In any event, we're just waiting on your attorney, sir.
Un momentico, estamos esperando por su abogado.
Ok, porque están confundiendo.
Because they are making mistakes, confusion. There's confusion.
Mr. Pope, the last PCC we're waiting on.
PCC, June 23rd.
Good morning, Mr. Pope.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm good, sir. You're here on Oliva?
I am.
Oliva Zions? Okay. You're ready on Oliva Zions.
Calling case number 2305-725201, people of state of Michigan versus Hector Oliva Zayas.
Llamando el caso contra el señor Héctor Olivo Sayas, 2305725-201, y hoy ahí está su abogado, el señor Polk.
Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation.
El cargo número 1 es atentar un asesinato, pero con lesiones menores que eso.
Count 2, domestic violence.
Cargo número 2, violencia doméstica.
Defendant has a habitual offender fourth offense notice.
Y el acusado es un ofensor habitual y este es su cuarto cargo de esta naturaleza.
Appearances for the record, please.
Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Y la abogada Shelley Drain se presentó representando al Estado y dio el número de su licencia.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Polk on behalf of Mr. Zaya, the defendant in this particular case.
Su honoría, yo estoy aquí, el señor Polk, defendiendo al acusado Sayas, que es el acusado en este caso.
Would you ask Mr. Zayas to state his name for the record, please?
Por favor, señor Sayas, diga su nombre completo en voz alta para las actas.
Héctor Manuel Olivo Sayas.
All right, what's your pleasure, Mr. Polk?
Well,
¿Cómo
Judge,
quiere continuar, señor Polk?
I do have the discovery. I do not know if there's video discovery. If there is, I'd like to make sure that I have that as well. And I need to be able to set up something to interpreter as well as my client.
Su señoría, yo tengo muchas de las cosas que han presentado en las investigaciones, pero no sé si lo tengo todo y por eso quiero pedir que pospongan o que me den plazo para tener algo, poder tener una consulta con mi abogado, con mi cliente y revisar todo esto.
Okay. Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. on June 23rd.
Judge, I apologize. I will not, I won't be in town.
Okay.
El abogado va a continuar con, el juez va a aceptar y continuar su declaración de no culpable y va a dar la fecha del junio 23, pero su abogado dijo que no estaba disponible en esa fecha para la próxima audiencia.
I'll be back on the 26th. I come back on the 26th, so the 27th, any day after the 27th should be good.
Yo estoy otra vez disponible después del 26, entonces cualquier día después del 27 sería aceptable.
June 28th at 10 o'clock.
El 28 de junio a las 10 de la mañana, le preguntó a su abogado.
Is there anything later that day, Judge? I have a Mount Clemens at 8:30.
Puede haber algo un poco más tarde porque tengo otra cita.
I'm sorry.
What time would you like?
To be honest, maybe 11. I should be finished by 11.
You can be here by 11?
I think I can,
de aquí
yes.
a las 11.
All right, June 28th at 11 o'clock.
Entonces, el 28 de junio a las 11 de la mañana. Your
Okay.
Honor, this is the interpreter, June 28th at 11.
Yes.
Sí, el 28 de junio a las 11 de la mañana.
28.
Yes, 28.
Okay.
28th, he asked for clarification. I clarified yes on the 28th.
See.
Currently, Judge, can you tell me what the bond is for my client?
Pues, ¿me puede decir cuál es la fianza para mi cliente?
Says 100,000 personal with 10 million.
100,000 personal with tether.
Okay,
$100 personal, pero le ponen un grillo.
So, I guess I'm trying to figure out why he's still locked up then.
Probably waiting on the tether.
Entonces no sabe por qué todavía lo tienen encarcelado. El juez dice que más probable estén esperando por el grillo, el tether.
I just need to be able to know that if he gets out, how I can contact him.
Pero necesito saber si él sale de la cárcel, ¿cómo me puedo comunicar con él?
Mr. Zayas, how's your attorney to contact you if you get out?
Señor Sayas, si lo dejan libre, ¿cómo se puede comunicar su abogado con usted?
Bueno, a mí están supuestos mandarme por un programa de droga.
To be sent to a drug rehabilitation program.
Porque no tengo a dónde ir.
I have nowhere else to go.
Well, well, once he gets the tether, then I'll try to interface with the tether unit, Judge.
Dijo entonces el abogado que cuando le pongan el grillo, entonces él va a tratar de comunicarse con usted por medio de ese programa o de personas.
Okay, so this concerns me because he says he has nowhere else to go. And one of the things he made a point of saying when he first got on Zoom is that the complainant is his wife, not his roommate, his wife.
Yes,
So,
yes.
I'm sort of getting the feeling that he's going to try to go back there. He's to have no contact with the complaining witness.
La preocupación que yo tengo, dice el juez, es que él dice que no tiene a dónde ir y si lo dejan salir con un grillo, entonces tal vez trata de ir para la casa de ella porque él enfatizó que ella es su esposa, no su compañera de casa nada más.
Sí, pero dígale que yo le pregunté por un programa de droga que me metieron el mes pasado.
So I want to see if it's possible to go to that.
No. Judge, I can't have this kind of conversation, because I have no idea what he's going to say to this court. And so I'm just gonna have to go and address it. If he gets out, the tether unit will know where he's tethered to, and can't be tethered to the house where his wife is. And I'll get that information and we'll be ready for the 28th.
Su abogado intervinió y dijo que no, que por favor usted no siga diciendo nada porque él no puede tener esa conversación aquí en público, que él se comunica con usted cuando tenga cómo saber cómo comunicarse con usted por medio del programa del Tether, y entonces él se comunica con usted y ellos le dicen en dónde está usted y así se comunica con él y estarán listos entonces para la audiencia del 28.
Y si ella no se presenta.
And if she doesn't appear in court.
We don't, and again, Madam Interpreter, and I really do appreciate these proceedings. Would you please not interpret anything from him? I do not want him speaking in court.
Okay, su abogado dijo que por favor yo no interprete nada que diga usted porque él no quiere que usted hable frente al juez.
Okay, pues dígale que perdone.
And again, the judge's instructions are that he have no contact whatsoever with her by no third party, no text messaging, or any other means of communication. He is forbidden to have conversation with her.
Y dice él que las instrucciones del juez es que usted nunca tenga ninguna comunicación con ella de ninguna manera, texto, en persona, por teléfono, en su casa, ninguna clase de comunicación con ella.
Okay, yo entiendo eso.
So, Judge, we will be available on the 28th. Either he'll be out and on tether, and I'll be able to find out where he is and make sure that he appears, or he'll still be in the Wayne County Jail.
Entonces, con Oría nos veremos otra vez el 28 y él o estará libre y yo me he comunicado con él, o él tal vez todavía entonces esté encarcelado. Nos vemos el 28.
Okay. So now the last thing I'm going to ask judges, now that we are finished with the court proceeding, can you put myself and the interpreter in a breakout room?
Entonces le pidió al juez que nos ponga a usted y a mí y con él en un cuarto privado para él hablar con usted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you, Judge.
So I have a number of people waiting. I don't know who they are. I told them to call my number. They all said they're calling. There's no answer. Voicemail.
Judge King. Okay.
All right.
Oh, le pregunté por un programa de Logan que me metieron el mes pasado.
So I want to see
Judge,
if it's
no,
possible to go to the.
no.
Deborah Mitchell.
You know, because I have no idea what he's going to
You
say.
mute your device in the background.
Just gonna have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
address it. If he gets out, the tether unit will know where he's tethered to. And he can't be tethered to.
Why don't you mute your device, ma'am, so you can hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
What can I do for you?
I'm here for media coverage on the Miller case.
Okay, the Miller case has been scheduled for preliminary examination on July 11th at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so no probable cause hearing today.
That was the probable cause hearing. The July 11th date is the preliminary exam where he will appear in person.
Okay, all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and his bond was continued.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right. I didn't know who you were, Ms. Mitchell, so the next time you may want to put your title on there so I can bring you out the waiting room. Unfortunately, I've had a number of weird people come on here exposing themselves, so I leave people in the waiting room if I don't know who they are.
Right, yeah, I understand. Okay, will do. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day, ma'am.
Your Honor?
I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I was just double checking. Have a good day.
You too.
I think I'm all done for today, Judge.
I think you're right. Have a good day, Mr.
Thank you so much. You too.
I changed this code. All right.
Okay. That's just future participants. Okay. That's cute. Is there a number you can reach? Yeah. You gotta talk to your attorney. Talk to him. If they contact the attorney.
Judge King, how you doing?
Who was that?
Pollock.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hiding behind my computer. I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm happy, doing good. Your names come up when somebody's watching you, or no?
No,
No, okay,
not unless they're in my Zoom.
all right. Look for Chantel Sparks, she always be following, watching. My cousin.
What's the name again?
Chantel Sparks.
Sparks.
Yeah.
You know, I'm related to some Sparks.
Are you?
I am.
Sparks family that, my grandparents came from Tuskegee, one of the cities was Tuskegee, Alabama. And they came up here in 1946.
I don't know. I know they're sprinkled throughout Southeast Detroit.
Already, I don't know them. All right, sir. Huh? Yeah, you can send up, Mr. Oates.
Good morning. Good morning. How you? Yeah, how are yourself, Judge? All right. I got a witness that's asking for some tissue. You can use the restroom. The restroom goes straight ahead to the left. Okay. So, witness? Yeah. At 10 o'clock, we'll be starting in just a minute. Talk to him. Yeah.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh. Never seen that lecture. I'm sorry. You need something to say? Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. Yes, sir. Good morning. So I recognize. You hear the last time? I said about Judge Kenneth. Welcome to Tracy. How many people were here the last time? So this is a sound to it. But Tracy's report is this report for the city of Detroit. Prior to the city of Detroit, was first. We don't actually file. So this report we use the source. The prosecution that's also called witnesses where the user that they so what you're going to see is sort of like a mini trial. Fortunately, the user has some very good terms here. Just the notes for the neighborhood defender's office. He's representing his client, city time at the start of this moment. This is the prosecutor for the town of Wayne.
I'm Jonathan Nitz, I'm the Wayne prosecutor's office. Nice to meet you.
So this court certain other judges in this courthouse might see the other cases, the cases are ready to proceed. Okay, Dejan Quentin Oates, calling case 2357019, for the state of Michigan versus Dejan Quentin Oates. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, and may it please this honorable court, A.P.A. Jonathan Pitts, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
Good morning, may it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P42796, in the name of the Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Dejan Oates.
Mr. Oates, tell us your name for the record. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, before proceeding to exam, based upon our sidebar, I'd like to make a record as to the motion to recuse.
Want me to recuse myself? For what reason?
Your Honor, pursuant to CR 2.003C, there's a non-exhaustive list of reasons to recuse. And basically, the desire to have you recused in this instance is based on the fact that we handled an earlier case involving Mr. Oates, which was also a homicide and felony firearm. And in that particular case, the officer who was the one witness that the prosecution called to testify refused to identify Mr. Oates as the person who committed the crime. And at that time, you took the 2 photographs provided by the prosecution, walked across the courtroom, held the photos up next to my client's face, and then went back on the bench and said, that's him. In essence, Your Honor, you left the role of judge and became a witness in the case. So for that reason, I'm asking you to recuse yourself.
That's utterly ridiculous. First of all, I did not become a witness. As the presiding judge of that particular preliminary examination, I have to determine if the people have met their burden of probable cause. And the issue, as I recall, had to do with identification. In fact, I didn't even realize that this was the same defendant until it came to sidebar and told me that. So I have absolutely no prejudice against this defendant. Furthermore, let me say this. I spent 7 years in the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. I spent 2 years in juvenile detention facility as an executive administrator. And I spent about maybe 3 years as a defense attorney. And I don't think there's anyone who understands my role better than I do. And I bring absolutely no prejudice against this defendant as he sits before me. In fact, I didn't remember his name or that he's been before me before until you brought it up. I hold the prosecution to their proofs in every single case that comes before me. And I have dismissed cases, even if I've had a gut feeling that the person was responsible. If people have not met their burden of proof, then I have a duty, I have an obligation to dismiss. I've added charges, I've dismissed charges, I do what is necessary, I do what is just and fair to each and every defendant that comes before me. I know that this is a request that you're making on behalf of your client, and I can understand quite possibly why he may feel that way, that because he's been before me before on another case, and knowing that it must have been a homicide because those are one cases that I do. But that's a case separate and apart from this case. Has nothing to do with this case. I recognize that just because you're charged with a crime doesn't necessarily mean that you are guilty. And I'm not even determining at this stage of the proceedings if this gentleman before me is guilty of anything, just if there's probable cause for him to be charged, period. That's my function, that's my role, and I take it seriously.
I understand. We practice almost 40 years. I understand the basis of your so at this point, you're going to rule that you need to recuse yourself.
I don't think there's a proper basis for me doing so, so that request will be denied.
Just so I may correct me if you want misunderstanding on part of the court, you said that prior case has nothing to do with this case. People do intend to present basically all the evidence that was presented in the prior exam. So there is a relation.
See how I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I know nothing about the facts of this case, or why this defendant is before me, and I won't know anything until I start hearing from witnesses.
Well, I understand that, Judge, the cases are connected.
I really don't even remember the last case because I have so many cases that come before me. All I do remember is that I did hold up a photograph to the defendant and was able to tell him that photograph, at least from probable cause standpoint, that this looked like the same person. I don't remember what the facts of the case are, so it's good that Mr. Hicks is going to put on witnesses to remind the court as to what I should be looking at.
And some of the testimony from the last exam coming into this particular exam, including video.
Okay. Again, I don't remember what this is about, but I'm sure it'll ring a bell eventually. That being said, are there any preliminary matters?
As an initial matter, I request a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge who is sitting.
Any objections to the OIC remains?
No, no.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or a potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There are a number of young people in the courtroom that are students from, what school are you guys from again? Can't hear you. Wade Academy. I don't think they are witnesses or potential witnesses in this matter. They're guests of the court. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Hicks?
Thank you, Judge. I do have a number of preliminary matters.
Okay.
Initially, I'd like to move to admit several exhibits pursuant to MCL 76611E. First, People's Exhibit 1 is a copy of a report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner, admissible under subsection 1B of that previously cited statute. I will move to admit and publish.
And Your Honor, I stipulated to the admission of that.
Okay, admitted.
This is a report from Dr. Lofton's son. It's regarding the post-mortem examination of the body of Michael Alvin Murray. It is Dr. Sung's opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. Dr. Sung details 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gunshot wounds sustained by Mr. Murray. I'm not going to go through each and every wound, but I will note for the record that the manner of death Mr. Sung, Dr. Sung found was homicide.
Yes.
I would next move to admit People's Exhibit 6. Which is a report from the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division, forensic scientist Ellen Strawzine. It's also admissible under subsection 1B of MCL 766.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. And perhaps Mr. Hicks and I have discussed stipulations that people would prefer to do as a group. And we can just proceed.
All right, thank you.
I'd also move to admit People's Exhibit 10, which is an electronic exhibit stored on my computer, specifically an Excel file. It's admissible, again, pursuant to the state statute. There's a stipulation to that exhibit. I would also read the following stipulations into the record. That Michael Alvin Murray was the individual shot and killed at the Park gas station located at 21500 Frankel Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, on October 7, 2022, at or about 3:15 a.m. That People's Exhibit 2, again, an electronic exhibit stored on my laptop, is Project Greenlight video from the JZ Motel located at 14700 East 8 Mile Road, Detroit, Michigan, 48205. Date and timestamp are accurate and the video is admissible. That People's Exhibit 3 is a screenshot taken from one of the videos contained in People's Exhibit 2 and is admissible. That People's Exhibit 4, also a video stored on my laptop, is Project Greenlight video from the gas station located at 100622 West McNichols, Detroit, Michigan. I'm sorry, that should, oh, that is gas station. The date stamp is accurate, but the time stamp is 4 hours at actual time. It is admissible. That People's Exhibit 5 is a screenshot taken from one of the videos contained in People's Exhibit 4. It is admissible. That items 5A through 5E reference People's Exhibit 6 are shell casings recovered from the scene of 21500 Pingle Avenue, Detroit, Michigan, on 10/7/2022. That items 8A through 8E were shell casings recovered from the scene of 14700 East 8 Mile Road, Detroit, Michigan, on 10/7/2022. That People's Exhibit 7, which again is an electronic video file stored on a computer, is a fair and accurate copy of video obtained by the Detroit Police Department from the Clark gas station located at 21500 Franklin Street, City of Detroit, County of Blaine, Michigan. The video's timestamp is 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 53 seconds behind actual time. It is admissible. That People's Exhibit 8 is a fair and accurate, which again is a video stored on my laptop. Is a fair and accurate copy of video obtained by the Detroit Police Department, Clark gas station, located at 21500 Franklin Street in the City of Detroit, Wayne County, Michigan. The video's timestamp is 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 53 seconds on actual time. Is admissible. That People's Exhibit 9, again, a video stored on my laptop, is a fair and accurate copy of a video obtained by the Detroit Police Department, Clark gas station, located at 21500 Franklin Street in the City of Detroit, County of Blaine, Michigan. The video's timestamp is 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 53 seconds behind actual time. It is admissible. And a cell phone associated with phone number 248-943-0584 was recovered by forensic technician Sharon Thompson from 15861 Burgess Street and provided to Officer Eric Blackwell. That phone was then provided to Detective Sarah Markle, who completed a forensic extraction of the phone's data, which did not materially alter the phone's data. Detective Markle then placed her forensic extraction of the phone's data on evidence under tag 221-007-042-57.
Okay, given that all of those exhibits have been stipulated to, the court will admit all of them.
Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed.
And with that, if I could call Emily Hunt to the stand.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward. Tell your name to the young lady that's waving. Waving it, tell her your name and spell it for her, please. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. There's going to be a microphone that's to your left. You can pick that up and hold it in your lap and speak directly into that voice, okay? Begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Hunt.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Emily Hunt.
And if you could try and keep your voice up, just so.
Is that on? I see the red light on? It's on.
Yes.
Speak directly into it, okay?
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Hunt, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a sign language interpreter by profession. And I'm also like, I work at Starbucks this month.
Do you remember the early morning hours of October 7th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Generally speaking, where were you?
In bed, at home, in bed.
And did something wake you up?
Yes. I got a phone call
And then, it woke me up in the middle of the night.
Approximately what time did you receive that phone call?
About 3:05 a.m.
And do you know the number that was calling in?
I have the phone, I have it on a piece of paper.
Would reviewing that piece of paper that you have refresh your recollection as to the actual number that called you?
Yes, it would.
Judge, I would ask permission for her to look at the piece of paper that she has in the bill.
Okay.
The number was 734-608-1000.
Did you recognize who was on the other end of that call?
Yes, yes.
Who was that?
Mikey. I refer to him as Mikey. Michael Murray is his full name.
And how long had you known Mr. Murray?
Probably, like 2 years, I think, 2 or 3.
And what was your relationship to Mr. Murray?
We had dated, at the time of that phone call. We were not together any longer.
How long were you in a dating relationship?
We were in a dating relationship like, it was about 9 months, after 9 months to a year.
So how many times have you heard his voice previously?
We were together, so I feel like a million, like when you're dating someone and with someone. I mean, I know his voice for sure.
So are you sure it was him that was calling you that night?
Oh, yes, 100%.
Is that the usual number that he has associated with him?
No, it was not. It was not. Mikey had, especially like after we broke up, he would call me from different phone numbers trying to contact me.
You remember approximately how long that call lasted?
Maybe 10 minutes at most. I don't know, honestly. I don't think it was a full 10 minutes.
Would you say it was over 5 minutes though?
Yes, I believe it was over 5 minutes, but 5 to 10 minutes. See if I can look at the phone record for that, see exactly how long it was, but it definitely 5 to 10 minutes.
That's okay. That's good enough for Mike. What was the general tenor of the conversation?
In the beginning, at that point, like I said, we were not together anymore. So it was kind of just basically, first he said, he wanted to know if he could see me. Of course, I told him no, absolutely not. Then we were, basically he told me that he missed me and being with me was peaceful and started kind of just talking about, some good times that we've had. That's what the conversation was. And then they told me that he was in trouble. That there was a truck. There was a truck that he apparently taken to a mechanic, and the truck was stolen. He didn't talk like details of who the mechanic was or anything, but he said that there was a truck that he took to the mechanic, and the mechanic stole it. It's a truck.
Did he say anything else about the truck?
Not really. Just, I would call and trying to answer, okay, like, you know, whose truck was it? Like, what, you know, what are you talking about? I mean, you know, he said, well, you know, it was a truck that I had, you know, I took it to the mechanic and, you know, now the bitch is gone, blah, 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 you know, just kind of started just.
Did he mention where he was during this call?
No, he didn't say his location.
So he didn't say his location, but did he describe anything about his environment?
I remember asking where he was, and he said he was in the city. So, you know, that means Detroit. So, he didn't give me exact location or anything, but he said that he was in the city.
Did he say if he was out walking around or was he in something?
No, he didn't say any details of him.
It had one. Did you provide a statement to the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And I showed you a recording. Was that recording a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, it was.
I'm gonna mark this for identification purposes only, but not move to admit it as People's Exhibit 16. And if I may share my screen, George. I have you as a co-host. Thank you. Okay, so do you see that screen to your right?
Yes, I can.
And is this the video that we were discussing just a minute ago?
Yes. So,
I'm gonna play that video starting from the. $10-minute and 40-second mark.
Truck back and blah 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 and this, that, and the other. I don't know what the fuck to do. You know, just he was like all upset about this fucking truck. So I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, Mikey. Like I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like you're like, dude, like I can't fucking help you anymore. Like I can't, you know. So then he kind of did the whole, oh, being with you is so peaceful and I miss you and you know, I always like, I know I did wrong by you and you know. So then he just. You know, same old bullshit. So I thought he was going to try to ask me for money, you know, he never did. So then the next thing I know, like he basically, you know, he just kept rambling about the truck and just going on about this fucking truck and how he's going to be better. I don't know what he was going to do. He's in trouble, blah, blah, blah. So eventually, towards the end of the conversation, someone else got in the truck with him, or in the car. I mean, because he said he was in whatever, I think it's.
Cause for speculation on her part because she was not there. And how is it that she can testify as somebody getting in the truck?
Well, I haven't answered that question yet, but I would be happy to establish that the foundation for her ability to testify to that. Most people can tell what it sounds like. So, well,
Is this an admitted exhibit?
It's not admitted. I was refreshing her recollection regarding a statement that she left to make in that portion talks about a later portion of the testimony that this month is. But that, what was said in the video is not enough. It's just to be quick. So you told the Detroit Police Department that he was in a car, isn't that right?
Yes, I did, yeah.
So how did you,
Yes.
how did you come to the conclusion that he was in a vehicle?
When we were on the phone. You know, when there's keys in the ignition, if you left keys in the ignition and you open car door, ding, ding, ding. So I heard that as we were on the phone. Like I heard like car door open and I heard ding, 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 like the keys were left in the ignition. And I heard a car door slam.
Okay, at any point during this conversation, did you hear another voice?
Yes, I did.
Did you recognize that voice?
No, not necessarily.
And prior to hearing that other voice, did you hear anything distinctive?
Before I heard the voice?
Yes.
No, just, well, I mean, Mike and I talking and then hearing the car door open, close, and ding.
So just so the record's clear, could you just go through the exact order in which you heard those various sounds before you heard the other individual's voice?
Oh, okay, sure, yes. So Mikey and I are talking, he's talking. Then I heard a car door open. I heard the ding, ding, ding. He stopped talking at that point. Car door shut. And then that is when I heard another male voice.
And could you make out what that male voice was saying?
In the beginning, just, you know, friendly, like, you know, hey bro, you know, like, hey bro, you know, friendly tone, couldn't, other than the hey bro, I couldn't really make out, you know, too much, just friendly tone.
Did you eventually make out something?
Yes, so Maggie then, you know, responded and it was like, first they were kind of low, like the tone was low, and I was hear too much of what was being said, you know, it was just kind of friendly sound, like, you know. And then I heard Mikey say to him, bro, the fucking truck's gone. The truck's gone. And then when he said that, the other voice was like, nigga, what? The fucking truck's gone? The powder was in that truck. So.
And how did Mike respond?
Then he basically was like, calm down, I fucking know, just calm down. And then they just, I couldn't, it was like after that, it was like they were kind of, you know, yelling, just kind of back and forth, like I couldn't quite make out anymore. And then he's like, I'm gonna call you back, And hung up.
Did he ever call you back?
No, he never did.
In the time that you knew Mr. Murray, did you come to know any of his associates?
I knew a few, yes, here and there, I knew a few of them.
Was there anyone that you knew by the name of Day Day?
I'm sorry.
Day Day?
Yes. Day Day was, Mikey thought of him as like a brother. Day Day was, according to Mikey, Day Day used to date Mikey's sister back in the day, I guess. Not currently, but Day Day and Mikey's sister used to date. So Mikey thought of him as like a brother.
Do you know that individual by any other names?
No, just street.
And did you ever meet that individual?
Not directly. Sometimes, like, we, you know, need to like go over to the house that JJ's there and, we would be together. Sometimes we'd be, like, most of the time, we'd, you know, it's only maybe a handful, 3 or 4 times. And, would be oftentimes like later at night. And, Mike would get out of the car and, you know, go up to, you know, up to the house and, you know, they would, you know, I mean, like waving it, you know, hey, like from a distance, but I never necessarily like, you know, didn't like full-blown conversation, him and I.
So that the court understands, you were never introduced to Day, is that right?
Yes, I guess that would be a good way of saying it. I was never officially introduced to him.
But had you seen him before?
Yes, from a distance, yes.
If you all have further questions.
Cross-examine?
That night of October 7th, when we were speaking, where were we?
From the home in bed.
And the person was sleeping, was, everybody was in the vehicle with Mikey,
No, I didn't.
and you didn't recognize the voice of that person.
No.
No further questions.
Had you ever heard Day's voice before?
Yes.
How many times?
3, 4.
And how is it that you heard Day's voice?
From a distance.
Where was he?
I was always in the car. And so it would be like a car, you know, parked in front of the house. And once they, you know, Mikey would get out of the car and go to the house, and they would be talking and, you know, like oftentimes it was nighttime. So, you know, he might do it, you know, hey. You
So
know,
you heard the
from a
voice from a
distance.
distance?
Yeah, from the hey, from a distance, you know.
Any questions based on my question?
I know, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step.
Comment for.
Next, please.
Thank you, Judge. People call Alejandro Torres to the stand.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness box next to me. You can pick up that microphone to your left and place it in your lap and speak into that for us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Alejandro Torres.
And how are you employed?
I work for Detroit Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Detroit Police Department?
Just over 2 years.
And in what capacity do you work for the Detroit Police Department?
I work as a forensic analyst of call detail records and tower mapping.
For the 2 years that you've been with DPD, have you served in that role that entire time?
No, I began this role last year in January.
And what did you do before that?
I was a crime analyst.
With respect to your current role, could you explain to the court what you do?
Yes, so I receive call detail records from phone companies, and when I receive that data, we then analyze that data through our system that we use with Detroit Police Department, which is PLX. And when we receive that data, they come in either Excel spreadsheets, PDF, and with that information, we then upload it to our system where it makes it able to read the data in a more readable format compared to just the raw records that we receive.
And did you receive any training in the subject area?
Yes, I have Penlink training, which is the old software that DPD used, PLX training, which is the software that we use currently. I've had Cellhawk training, which is also another cellular software database used to analyze records also.
How many hours of training would you estimate you've had total in the subject area?
Over 50 hours.
And have you also completed that type of mapping in the past?
Correct.
How many times would you estimate that you've taken the data from cell phone providers and provided maps?
Over 100 times.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding this type of analysis previously?
Yes.
In what jurisdictions?
I've testified in 36th District Court as expert and also in the 3rd Circuit Court.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert?
Twice.
Has a court ever refused to qualify you as an expert in the subject area?
No, sir.
At this time, I move to qualify Alejandro Torres as an expert in the field of self-provided data analysis and mapping.
At this point, I would object his qualifications as an expert, absent receiving a resume of this gentleman that I could review. Why do you have on his qualifications? Do you have one?
I did not bring my CV with me, no.
You don't have the CV for the witness?
I do not have the witness's CV, which I have.
You can cross-examine him on that. You can board there if there's not here. Good morning, Mr. Torres. Is it Officer Torres?
Civilian.
You're civilian, okay, Mr. Torres. When did you begin working for the Detroit Police Department?
I began work in Detroit Police Department in September of 2021.
And the position you're currently in is as a
Forensic analyst.
forensic analyst. All right, let's address your qualifications as a forensic analyst. One, do you have any college training in forensics?
I have a college degree, but no forensic analysis.
Have you trained with the Michigan State Police in forensics?
No.
Have you trained with anyone other than internal training of the Detroit Police Department?
With the FBI.
Okay, and how many hours with the FBI?
That was about 8 hours.
And who conducted the training?
CASVIZ, that's the training department that runs it.
Is that a local unit?
That's their forensic analyst. That's the name of their group. CASVIZ.
And what kind of training is that? Is it video? Is it online? Is it in person?
It was in person.
And you had 8 hours in that?
Correct.
And what other training have you had? You mentioned a total of roughly 50 hours of training.
Yeah, so recently, back in November, we had a police technical training, and that was in Las Vegas, and that had to deal with call detail records and mapping, looking at raw data that we received from the cell phone companies and analyzing those records.
And the incident that's referred to here occurred on October 7th, 2022. And so you didn't have that training before the incident that's alleged in this case?
No, it was that.
And when did you analyze the records pertaining to this case that occurred on October 7th?
I don't recall the exact date, but it had to have been around the time of the incident.
Your Honor, it would appear that this gentleman is not qualified as an expert, given that the training that would bear most on this did not occur until after he examined the records pertaining to October 2nd, 2022.
Judge, qualifications for an expert, weight of the expert's testimony typically, not whether or not he's sufficiently qualified to testify as an expert. I think his qualifications here are more than sufficient for that bar. But I disagree with Mr. Noakes' characterization of the timeline. I believe Mr. Noakes asked him about when the incident occurred. The mapping in this case occurred very recently, so I don't think that.
Okay, so let me ask you this, sir. What are you trying to get him qualified as an expert in this?
The field of cell provider data analysis.
Sir, have you been qualified as an expert in that area before?
Yes.
How many times?
One time in Third Circuit and one time here in 36.
And this training that you received that training after the date of October 7th, 2022?
Yeah, it was around that time. I can't think off the top of my head the exact date, but it was around that time.
All right. Given that you have been properly trained and so forth, now, is there anything about that training that you received that would change the analysis that you performed in this particular instance?
No, I've had multiple training before this incident and have done mapping and had testified in court before this incident also.
Court is going to allow this witness to testify as an expert in cell provider data analysis and map for exam purposes on the proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to approach.
Yes.
I just handed you a document which I previously marked as People's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is basically the calls report for the timing advance for the cell phone in question today.
What number specifically is this in reference to?
So that right here, what you're looking at is the MZ number, which is the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier, which is a unique identifier to every phone number. The actual phone number for this case, I have to refer to my notes that I have right here.
On the second line of this document, what's that number under timing advance?
Okay, yep, 248-943-0584.
And what is that?
It's T-Mobile.
Yes, what number is that?
Oh, that's the phone number in question that we're speaking.
So that's the phone number associated with these data entries on People's Exhibit 11?
Correct.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No objection to admitting the document. There will be a need for Mr. Hitz to show the relevance of that particular document to this case.
Admit it.
All right. Analyst Torres, could you just walk the court through not each line individually, but generally speaking, what does this chart on the first page of People's Exhibit 11 show?
Yeah, so like I had described earlier, under the target, that's going to be the MZ number, which is a unique identifier to a phone number. You have the date, the time, duration is how long that one actual hit was for. So it can vary whether it's just that single hit, 0 seconds, or if you go down, there's a 4 second. The LAC and SID, that's the location area code of the tower, and the SID is going to be the cell identity, which if you think about the LAC as a zip code for a tower, and then the SID would be the address, the specific part of that tower within that LAC.
Okay. And what about these last 3 columns?
Yeah, so the call type RTT, that's real-time tool that's used by T-Mobile. We received that information from T-Mobile. Call status, whether not answered or completed, and whether it's outgoing, which most of these are going to be outgoing because this is data received from the phone.
And prior to your testimony today, I sent you an exhibit that I titled as People's Exhibit 10, isn't that true?
Yes.
And how does People's Exhibit 10 relate to People's Exhibit 11?
That exhibit is basically, that's the raw records that we received from T-Mobile. The only difference between this exhibit and that exhibit is the fact that this exhibit was ran through our database, PLX. And like I said, it kind of narrows it down, puts it in layman's terms, whereas the raw records, you're gonna see a little bit more, especially PLX converts UTC time, and when we receive those records from T-Mobile, those are UTC time, which is universal time coordinated.
So the times listed on this document are not UTC?
Those are in UTC. The ones right here are converted to Eastern Standard Time.
And just for clarity, the Eastern Standard Time times are on People's Exhibit 11?
Correct.
And aside from changing the time zone from UTC to Eastern Time, does PLX make any substantive changes to the data that you receive?
No.
There are 4 lines highlighted in blue on the first page of People's Exhibit 11. What do the highlights mean?
The highlights coordinate with the mapping.
Mr. Hicks, this is an admitted exhibit. You don't want me to follow up, so I have no idea what you guys are looking at or talking about.
Yes, I do. Give me one.
Thank you.
Okay. Analyst Torres, I'd like to turn your attention to the 5th page of that document. There is a line 143, that's highlighted in red. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, that was provided to me as one of the scene locations, 14,700 8 Mile Road.
And there are items highlighted in dark blue and orange on either side of that, lines 139 through 142, and lines 144 and 145. Can you explain what those highlights mean again?
Yeah, the highlights just go coordinated with the mapping. If you were to look at the mapping, you would see areas shaded in those colors, which coordinate with the times as to when they would have been shown up on that.
Could you actually turn to the last page of the document, page 13?
Yes.
What does this page show?
This page shows the travel of the device, the different travel routes.
So let me back up 1 second. Without specifically saying what this relates to for this case, what is this generally? What is generally shown on page 13, last page?
So you have a map in front of you, and when you download this data, you receive tower information with it. And
Let me actually stop you for just 1 second. Let's focus on the map first.
okay, so
Where did you get the map from?
the map was created by me in our system that we use, PLS.
And does that system fairly and accurately depict this area shown on the map?
Yes.
Okay. And then once you have the map, you were mentioning towers. What were you referring to as far as towers?
As far as towers, that's the data that we received from T-Mobile. And when you put that information into our system, you're able to map the towers in order to pick where that device is using the tower at that time.
Okay. Now there are 2 red dots on this map. What are those red dots?
The one red dot depicts the 14,800 8 Mile Road.
Which dot is that?
That's going to be the one located at the top right in the area of 8 Mile and Gratiot Avenue. If you're looking at the map.
What about the second?
The second red one is going to be 21500 Maple Street. And that's located in the bottom left of the map.
Okay, now there are some shades around that red dot on the right-hand side of the map on the last page. What are those shades? What are those shades?
Yeah, so they coordinate with the calls report. And on the calls report, the lines that are shaded orange and blue depict where that device was based off location information provided from T-Mobile.
What does the orange represent?
The orange is just that specific time and that tower used at that time.
And the blue represents another tower?
Correct. That's why I split them up.
Okay.
If you could turn back to page 5 of the document. It's lines 139 through 145 instruction.
Okay.
Are those lines the one shaded blue and the one shaded orange? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
And are those towers consistent with being in the area of 147,008 Mile Road at times shown on lines 139 to 145?
Yes.
Okay, if we continue on through the spreadsheet to lines 366 through 370.
Okay.
What is shown on these lines?
So again, we have 366 and 367 shaded green, and as it depicts on the map, that's where you have the green shade, and then also you just said 366 and 367.
Okay, 368, what's that?
368, that depicts on the map, 21500 English Street, which is located in the bottom left of the map. There's actually like a gas station type symbol, right?
And how about lines 369 to 370?
Those also are located near the green shaded towers on the map. Those again just coordinate with the blue around that time.
So the towers that are reflected on 366, 367, 369, 370, are those towers consistent with the phone associated with this number being in the area of 21500 Engle Street?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, before you do cross, let me check on something real quick. Mr. Gazicki.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Garrett is on, and he wanted to address the issue about the tether. He has his own business, and he's asking if he can leave his residence during the day from 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock, I believe, Monday through Friday. There's a restriction.
I don't have an APA here to properly address that. Would you like to come back tomorrow?
Will do. What time, Your Honor?
8:30.
We'll be there. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Notes?
Finish listening to it. Okay.
Mr. Torres, I understand the depth of the analysis that you conducted. Can you say with 100% certainty who was using the device?
No.
Recurring questions.
Okay, just so for my own edification, this exhibit that I'm looking at, you have a phone number that ends in 4109. That is the number that you are basically focusing on. Is that right?
Oh, yes. Well, the actual phone number is the 248-943-0584. It's located at the top under time advance mapping. However, the number ending in 4109, that's the MZ number, which is the unique identifier of that phone number.
Okay, so those two numbers correlate with each other?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so, and then you have that number is color coded in different colors, and that's to represent different cell towers that picked up on that number, is that right?
Correct.
And at the end, you have a map that shows where that device was at those particular times, is that right?
Correct.
So you're able to tell us that that device was at the location, at these locations at certain periods of time, is that right?
Correct.
But you can't tell us who had the device, just the device was there.
Correct.
That device being most likely a cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
Any questions based on my question?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, when you refer to the cell towers, and normally in this type of business, is it a triangulation method where there are 3 towers and that would give you an approximate location of the device?
No.
So you're using what, GPS mapping?
No, this is not GPS mapping. It is just information provided by T-Mobile, and that they get their data and send it to us.
And so you're relying on T-Mobile for accuracy?
Yes, they are the cell phone provider. That's the records we received from them.
So in essence, all you did was transcribe the data.
Yes, I received the data. I mapped it from T-Mobile.
Your Honor, at this point, there's very little that Mr. Torres has provided and can't provide. And if they're going to call an expert, it should have been somebody from T-Mobile.
Sorry, what is that? Objection?
It is an objection.
What's the objection, the legal objection?
The legal objection is that this person was qualified as an expert, and it turns out that he didn't provide any expert analysis. What he did was simply transcribe what he received from T-Mobile.
So that's what he's an expert in.
Transcription.
The mapping, which is what he was qualified in. Self-provided data analysis and map. That's what he provided.
Understood, Judge.
Overruled. You may proceed.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step in. Next, please.
People call Officer Blackwell this day.
Please give your name and spell to the court clerk, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the box. You may proceed. You tell me you do the procedure.
Like that.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. I may just have. Thank you, Judge. Could you please say your name for the record?
Yes, Police Officer Eric Blackwell,
And how are you employed?
City of Detroit Police Department.
How long have you served with the Detroit Police Department?
Just over 11 and a half years.
Have you ever served with any other police agencies?
No, I have not.
And are you assigned to any special units?
Yes, I am.
What unit? What unit or units?
The homicide section.
And have you ever been assigned as an officer in charge of an investigation?
Yes, I have.
What does that mean?
As officer in charge, you are the officer that's in charge and lead the investigation. As far as investigating the case as a whole, conducting interviews, statements, submitting evidence, so on and so forth.
Were you assigned to the investigation of the homicide of Michael Murray?
Yes, I was.
And were you the officer in charge of that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Did you go to 15861 Burgess Street on 10/17/2022?
Yes, I did.
What's at that location?
It is a house.
Could you describe the house?
I believe it was a single level, house. There's like an open field next to it with a mural painted on the wall next to it.
And what were you doing at that house?
We were executing a search warrant.
Did you execute that search warrant?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any individuals when you executed that search?
Yes, we did.
Who was, how many individuals?
One individual.
And do you see that individual in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify where they're seated?
Be to your left, the first row.
And could you describe something that he's wearing?
Green jumpsuit.
I'd ask that the record reflect the identification of the defendant. So when you were at that location, did you obtain any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you provided with a cell phone at any point?
Yes, I was.
And what happened with that cell phone?
I obtained a search warrant to have the cell phone dumped.
What do you mean by dumped?
So we received the cell phones. I typed a search warrant to extract the data from the cell phone. I turned the cell phone over to our cell phone analyst, who then extracts the cell phone and downloads the data and provides me with the data.
Who is that analyst?
Detective Sarah Markle.
And did you ultimately review that data provided to you by Detective Markle?
Yes, I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I've just handed you 4 separate documents, which I previously marked as People's Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 15 respectively. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
They are documents that show the data that was extracted from that cell phone.
And are they fair and accurate copies of the data contained on that phone that we're discussing?
Yes, they are.
At this point, I would move to admit People's Exhibits 12, 13, 14, and 15.
No. Admit it.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Officer Blackwell.
Officer Blackwell, you executed a search warrant on what location?
It was 15,000 block of Burgess.
And what was the specific address?
I don't recall the specific numbers.
And how many cell phones did you recover?
I don't recall specifically how many cell phones.
There was more than one, wasn't it?
I don't recall specifically how many it was, sir.
Is that detailed anywhere in your police report?
I could review my police reports. I could.
Let me just ask you this question. Did you actually recover the cell phones or did someone else recover the cell phones?
I believe somebody else recovered the cell phone and turned it over to me.
Okay, and when you say cell phone, was it more than one?
Like I said, I don't recall specifically how many cell phones in particular in this case were recovered.
And who is it that would know the number of cell phones that were recovered in the execution of that search?
I could look on my case notes or the reports of the officers who executed the search.
Right, that's fine. And the question for you, the last question for you is, do you know who was utilizing the particular cell phone that you're referring to?
Do I know personally
Yes.
or according to the data that I reviewed, sir, if the phone, the information that I reviewed from the actual cell phone extraction, there were multiple text messages referring to the person as Dejan, and also another text message that refers to the person named as Dave. There's also emails in there for Dejan Oates, I believe.
And the last question for you is, do you know who input that information into the phone? Can you say as you sit there that it was Mr. Oates that did that?
No, I cannot say.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I'm not sure who it was that recovered the cell phone or cell phones, right? So you can't tell us where the cell phones were located?
I can say that the phone was recovered from inside the house on Burgess, Your Honor, when we executed the search warrant. I don't recall the specific officer who recovered the actual device.
So you can't tell us if it was on anyone's person or anything like that?
I don't recall specifically.
You indicated that there was evidence that was found at the location. So if you know about the cell phones, was there any other evidence that was recovered at the location?
I believe so, Your Honor. I don't recall specifically what it was.
Do you know whose name those cell phones that we're talking about, that this is registered to, or whose name it was in?
Except I believe it was under the name of Mr. Dejan Oates. Like I said, there's multiple emails, text messages, all that reference the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the answer. It's not responsive because your question was, did he know? And he is basically saying, I believe.
I'll take that information for reasons. Does that mean you're not for certain?
To specifically if the name of the phone was in that person's name.
Yes.
I don't recall specifically.
Any questions based on my question?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no. Just one last question. Judge asked you about evidence recovered at that site. Did you recover a gun?
No, I don't believe so.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I could just have Blackwell sit on the hallway and see some civilian witnesses that I submitted are here. With that, people do not have to call any further witnesses or present further evidence. I'll make my argument based on the evidence that are currently in evidence. Let's get the opportunity to discuss. I apologize. I was indicating that at this time, the people do not intend to call any further witnesses. I intend to move for bind over and present argument based on the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence. But obviously, I'll refer to Mr. Noakes if there are any witnesses.
Mr. Noakes, do you have any witnesses?
At this time, I'll move for bind over and just make sure that the court has all the paper exhibits. I think you're missing some of them. I'm going to hand them to you now. And then I think the rest are electronic. So I believe you have exhibit 11 in your hand currently and exhibit 1.
11 and 1, yes.
Okay. Permission to approach? Okay. Okay, Judge, I'd like to start off by publishing 2 exhibits that were admitted into evidence but not previously admitted to 3 exhibits. I'm going to start with People's Exhibit 7.
What is Exhibit 7?
Exhibit 7 is a video from the gas station on Bengal. Give me one moment, I'll find the exact stipulation. Okay, this is People's Exhibit 7 I've put on the screen, and I'm going to play it from the 16 minutes and 33-second mark to the conclusion of the night. I'm going to play People's Exhibit 8, which was previously admitted into evidence. And I'm just going to play this video from the beginning. I stopped that video at the about a second mark. Now I'm going to play People's Exhibit 9. And I'm playing People's Exhibit 9 from the 16-minute, 33-second. So those 3 exhibits, I believe, established the majority of my case, especially when you take it into consideration the stipulation regarding the identity of the victim and the time the victim died. Those exhibits show someone getting out of a van, firing multiple shots back into the van. And we know that that person did ultimately die from both People's Exhibits. 1, the medical examiner's report in this matter, and the stipulation that was based on the actions of that individual. That's more than sufficient for the elements of first-degree premeditated murder and felony firearm. It's just a question of who was that individual. Again, we have a case of identity. And that's where the balance of the exhibits that I presented here today and the testimony that we've heard in court comes into play. Specifically, the evidence that supports that that individual is Mr. Oates. most critically relates to this earlier shooting that I know you don't remember it that well, Judge, but you had an exam regarding that earlier shooting. And now exhibits regarding that earlier shooting have been presented here today. Exhibits 2 and 4 are the videos. And I'd be happy to play those again for the court if you would like me to. But I think the court.
I would, because I don't remember anything about earlier exam.
Okay, I will play Published People's Exhibit 2. Give me just one moment. Okay, I have put People's Exhibit 2 on the screen, specifically the video file, because there are several video files within that exhibit, titled 14700 East 8 Mile First Floor Camera 2. And I'm playing that from the 2 hour, 15 minutes, and 36-second mark. Okay, I stopped that video at the 2 hour, 16 minute, 32-second mark. Within the same exhibit, I'm going to play 14700 East 8 Mile East First Floor Camera 2. This is from the 2 hour, 16 minute, and 19-second.
Okay, clearly I remember this exhibit, but tell me what the people's theory is, how this is related to the cases before the court now.
Absolutely, Judge. So the relevance to this, and the court previously found, and I believe properly, that Mr. Oates can be identified from the combination of this video and People's Exhibit 3, which, I'm sorry, People's Exhibit 4, which is a video from the gas station from earlier the day before. Exhibit 5? Yeah, Exhibit 5 is the screenshot from that. Exhibit 4 is the actual video.
Okay.
I don't think I need to play that video. It isn't unless the court wants to see it. This happened an hour prior to the shooting at Finkel Street at the gas station. You can tell from the phone mapping that that phone number, the device associated with that phone number, was at the location of both shootings. But most importantly, People's Exhibit 6, the report from the Michigan State Police Forensic Sciences Division, says that the shell casings found at this scene, there's a stipulation to that effect that the shell casings referred to in People's Exhibit 6 are both from this scene and the scene at the Citgo, the gas station, the Citgo or a car, but the gas station on Finkel Street. The shell casings for both of those incidents match. So to support that it's the same individual that did both shootings, we know the shell casings are the same. We know that there was a cell phone that the T-Mobile record support was in the location of both shootings at the time that these shootings occurred. They happened an hour apart. And while I will have to concede, and I'm sure this is going to be part of Mr. Nose's argument, that the individual that, People's Exhibit 7, 8, and 9 is not wearing the same clothing, not completely the same clothing as shown in People's Exhibits, the exhibits that are in front of you currently, 3 and 5. Some of the clothing is consistent. To me, it looks like that individual simply has a, if you look at the item on his head, it looks like a rolled up ski mask. In People's Exhibit 7, 8, and 9, that mask is now rolled down. And you can see that similar pants, similar shoes in both videos. The difference is he's not wearing a Lion shirt anymore. It looks like he has a white undershirt on in those exhibits that you have in front of you. And there's a person that shoots Michael Murray is wearing a white shirt. So the clothing isn't entirely consistent. I have to concede that. But the fact that the casings came from the same gun, the fact that they happened close in time to one another, both these shootings. And then when you especially take that with Emily Hunt's testimony, she says she was on the phone with Michael Murray and she heard someone get in the car. She couldn't identify who that person was, but the court can draw inferences to who that person was based on People's Exhibit 14. If you take a look at People's Exhibit 14, which Officer Blackwell testified was a fair and accurate copy of data obtained from the cell phone recovered from the house in which Mr. Oates was at the time the search warrant was executed. You can tell, one, that this phone is the phone number associated with the number in the mapping, 248-943-0584. And that this phone had texts and calls going back and forth between the phone that Murray called Miss Hunt on. So Miss Hunt testified that the phone number she got a call from, which if the court looks at the timestamps for the videos, that call happens minutes before Mr. Murray is shot and killed. Minutes. She said was 734-608-1000, which is the number listed in this report. And if you go to the second page, you'll see an instant message, line 16, from that number I just mentioned, saying, I'm on my way to your house. And then several calls go back and forth. And then in line 21, at 3:11:53 a.m., there's a text message saying, I'm on the phone with my girl. He's talking about being on the phone with Miss Hunt. Miss Hunt said she heard someone get in the car, another male that she couldn't identify. But this exhibit helps identify who that person is. It's Dejon Oates, the person that was in possession of the device that was at the location of both homicide scenes, and really critically used the same gun to kill both Michael Murray and the individual involved in this earlier case. I don't think there's a stipulation as to his identity and record, but I don't think that particularly matters. So that's the balance of the people's case. I believe that is more than sufficient for probable cause. And in fact, I'm confident in taking this case to trial. So that's my position. I believe it should be found over this charge. Mr. Mills.
Let's look at the testimony that was adduced to that. Ms. Emily Hunt says she didn't recognize the voice in the vehicle when she previously heard Mr. Oates' voice, even though it was at a distance. Then let's look at Officer Blackwell. Officer Blackwell doesn't know how many phones were recovered, even though from the date of the incident, October 7th to the 17th of October, when they actually conducted the search, they had an opportunity to figure out how many phones. And he doesn't know who handed the phone or phones to him. He doesn't know how many existed. The civilian, Mr. Torres, couldn't say who was actually using the phone at any given time. There's been no gun produced, shell casings, but there's no gun. And one of the things about it, if you know this scene, to go from the far east side to the far west side, so I'm gonna kill somebody over here, and then I'm gonna drive all the way over to Finkel and kill somebody. That doesn't make much sense. And furthermore, one of the things, and I know it's not important in this particular instance, but why? The question arises, and this will be something that I would expect that Mr. Hitz would need to raise if he's going to take this to trial, as he so bravely puts it. What's the motive?
The motive is not an element that has to.
I know it's not an element, but I'll tell you what, Judge, after trying more than 300 cases, juries like to know.
I agree with you.
So, based on the testimony here today, you've got some phone records, you've got some basically phone records. And there's no way you can identify who was in that video. It's just a person, a black man, running from a car after shooting somebody. How many black men are there in the city of Detroit that have a similar build and could be wearing similar clothing? This is clearly insufficient to be bound over on murder one. And Your Honor, if the prosecution can produce better evidence, they may want to dismiss this now and then bring it again when they've got better evidence.
All right, so let's talk about those things that I think we can all agree on. One of which is that whoever did this crime against Michael Murray committed the crime of first-degree murder premeditated. I don't think anyone can dispute that. Given, I think it was People's Exhibit 7 that shows the video of the person getting out the car, turning, pulling out a gun, and firing multiple shots into that car.
And I don't disagree.
Okay. So, first-degree murder premeditated, and it was done with the gun, so we have a felony firearm. Now, people have the task of showing that the person who committed this crime is the defendant. And so they try to link this case to another case that this court has found this defendant over on previously. This court found by probable cause purposes that the defendant was the perpetrator of that particular crime, and that there was a clear photo that showed the defendant wearing the same clothing, the same lion shirt, fire the shots into that vehicle, get into a vehicle, and then leave that location. People have submitted evidence that the shell casings found at that scene matched the shell casings found at the case that's, on the case that's before the court now, that the same murder weapon was used. The person who fired the shots at this location at 21,500 Finkel appeared to be wearing a white shirt. The court will take notice that the defendant in the prior case was wearing a lion shirt, but it also appears as though he has a white undershirt under that lion shirt. And then he has a hat of some sort that looks like it's rolled up on his head. It's exhibited in People's Exhibit 5. Okay. People have also submitted phone records to indicate that a phone that was recovered at the location that the defendant was at both murder scenes. And again, was found at the location that only the defendant was at. Now, there's some possibilities here, because we know at the first crime scene, there were at least two people there, the shooter and the person who drove away the car. I don't know, I can't say for certain that the shooter in the first scene is the actual shooter in the second scene. Could it have been the person who was driving the car that's in this white shirt firing at the second? I don't know. Luckily for me, I don't have to decide if people have met the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt at this hearing. It's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So examining what people have submitted, which is the defendant being the shooter at the first scene, ammunition or casings found at the first scene matched casings found at the second scene, that the defendant has a phone that was located in the residence he was at that can be tracked to the first scene as well as the second scene. What do we know about the second scene? We know that there were only two people in that vehicle. There was no third person. That shots were fired into that vehicle. That person got out and took off running. Let me see People's Exhibit 7.
So Judge, 7 and 8 are split up. 8 shows the movement scene, or 7 shows the shooting itself. Is that what you want to see?
Let me start with 7. I need to see the elevation.
Okay, playing People's Exhibit 7 from the 16 and then 33.
Okay, let me see 8.
Okay, playing it, Judge.
Let's see 8 one more time.
Playing People's Exhibit 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, stop at 14 seconds.
So again, I have the phone records that indicate a phone associated with the defendant, or at least found the place where the defendant was at. Both murder scenes, the shell casings matching from both murder scenes. And do I have that from the state police?
Lab reports People's Exhibit 6 for the shell cases.
Yeah. Okay, so according to the Michigan State Police lab report, it's impossible for those cases to come from two different guns. It's a practical impossibility that based on the two markings that they were produced from the same weapon. I know in People's Exhibit 8 that the person that got out of the vehicle appeared to be wearing something on his head. I can't really tell for certain if it's the same type of hat or what, but it is something on his head. He's wearing a t-shirt, appears to be black pants and dark colored shoes. Doesn't really tell us a whole lot, but I think the most damning evidence would be the ammunition, as well as the cell phone records, and the defendant knowing the complainant out of the murder, according to the first witness that was called Emily Hunt. I'm sorry, Emily Hunt. And then at the time when Ms. Hunt was on the phone with Mr. Murray, another person had gotten in the car. That information correlates to the cell phone records that were mapped by the people's witness. This is really a jigsaw puzzle. And just like juries like to have a motive, although motive doesn't have to be proven at any time by the prosecution, they also like to put together puzzles. And this is a puzzle that has been nicely put together. It remains to be seen if it's going to rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But I think there is enough here, considering all, and I must admit, at the very beginning, when you said I have no further witnesses and moved the bind over, my first thought was how, why, how can you do this? But then when you consider all of the circumstantial evidence together, it perfectly fits. This court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be June 22nd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you very much. Sorry. Robinson. Oh, you said following.
Would you just what the framing days and
A week from today, June 22nd.
all right, thank you.
Lunch until 1:30.
I could tell you, we're surprised. We're buying over.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck is going on here? It makes sense now.
I had 14 witnesses subpoenaed for this, but Mr. Noakes did us all favor. Stipulated to all.
Okay.
Is this the?
I don't think you ever sent me the one for the second case. You sent me the one for the first case. You don't mind saying that. Thank you.
You should see my office. My office is super full. Ridiculously full. I couldn't even sit in the other day.
Probably something over here when I came over here a couple of months ago, it was boiling hot. Maybe not the best heat trap system in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's all right. So I think Mr. Noakes might have left his notebook here. I don't want to be accused of taking it. So I'm gonna.
Did he leave or did he go back there?
Oh, is he in the back? I thought he left. He left.
He left.
We'll hold it for him. I'll just, I don't want to be accused of foul play here.
Let's go through this. Get you called me, man.
Have a good day, everybody. Take care.
Okay, lunch until 1:30, guys.
Vacation. Staycation, but you listen.
I went to Florida.
Part.
Orlando.
I was there a few weeks ago. I had a good time. Turn that fan on today, did you?
See you at 1:30. Calling case 235688, strike that. Calling case 235658, people of the state of Michigan versus Lamarian Cortez Travis. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder. Defendant has an initial and a second offense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of people, P68673.
Your Honor, may it please the court, my name is Mark Brown, number 39562. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Travis, who's in the court. Mr. Travis, state your name for the record, please, sir.
All right, today is the date time set for preliminary examination. We had some sidebar discussion about this matter being adjourned for further investigation.
That's correct. That's correct, sir.
The adjourned date we discussed was July 13th at 1:30.
That's correct.
Court will adjourn this matter to July 13th at 1:30. Bond will continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Nice to meet you.
Well, that concludes the docket for today. We'll see you tomorrow, same gas station, same light time. King out.